Hi, everybody. Wow, my camera is wanting to move around a bunch. Sorry. I've been fixing everything for this stream. Sorry about the bouncy camera, because I figured it was fine, but apparently it was a little loose. You know, starting the stream without some sort of technical difficulty is basically not possible. But how about we actually start the stream? Hi, Rogues. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I know I have seen a few people. Lord Portico, it is great to have you here. Key Squared, thank you so much for the resubscription. I know this is not my normal stream time, so, you know, people might trickle in. But I wanted to do an extra long streams this weekend in support of Gamers for Trans Rights. Hi, Elixir. Well, yeah, people are going to roll on in like marbles. So if you're not familiar with Gamers for Trans Rights, it's a whole thing that was organized and spearheaded by Totoro Babe. 250 plus streamers have been taking part, and we're raising money for the Trans Justice Funding Project. So there was a game that was released yesterday that features a prominent intellectual property. And the creator of said property has made it very, very, very clear that she considers any support of said wizarding property to be validation and support for her assertions, her bigoted assertions against trans people. And therefore, I will not be purchasing or playing that game. And I encourage others not to. But in response, this fundraising project was created to raise money for a wonderful charity that is a charity that supports, or it's an all trans run organization, also BIPOC run, and supports trans charities and trans efforts across the US by providing money for them. You know, there's a better thing. Rather than me mumble on and try to remember details, all trans non-binary BIPOC run organization that moves money to trans-led grassroots groups and projects with trust and no strings attached. They center trans justice in the US and US territories and honor and amplify the ways those communities organize, create, and shift culture, commit their love and care, and fight like hell for trans liberation. So today's stream and tomorrow's stream, I will be raising money to support this charity as part of the overall Gamers for Trans Rights. And as you can see, so far, overall, combined, more than $100,000 has been raised. And just on this stream already, of the $100 goal I set, we are at 60%. There are incentives, and these will ultimately pop into chat over time on their own on timers, but I have goals and incentives, which is not exactly normal for my streams. I stuffed it up a little. So since I am featuring Star Trek Online for the start of this, let's see if I can do this. Incentives. With just a $2 donation, I will rename one of my bridge officers, either after you or with a name that you provide me. For a $5 donation, I will name one of my ships. Again, either after you or a name you provide me. For a $10 donation, I will design you can design a uniform with me in the game. So I'll go into the uniform creator and we can design one and you can tell me what to do. And then for $20, a $20 donation gets you put onto this list, which will persist. We've had a goof that I'm loving going on this stream for a while, where everybody takes on the role of a crew member on a ship. And I'm formalizing that. So if you want to be permanently listed as part of my crew with a station on the ship, a $20 donation will get you added to that list. And you'll stay on that list as it evolves over time. So that is your semi-sentient antimatter ordinance, indeed. I figured that would be your preferred station on the ship is torpedo. I managed to get it on screen here. It will also list in chat under certain circumstances. I have a feeling we're going to exceed the it will list in chat at some point eventually, because chat messages can't be more than 500 characters long. But this will grow and evolve and the list will exist somehow. Oh my god, Elixir. Thank you. We have hit our base goal, which I did not expect to hit that quickly. So as you can see on the milestones, the stones that mark the miles, $100 was a base goal. I now need to go in on the incentives tab and activate goal number 2, which is if we get another $100 in, I will come up with some options for hats. You're welcome to suggest them. And we'll run a poll for the community. And the results of that poll will mean that I buy the hat. And so it will be a community chosen hat. That is the $200 stretch goal. For $300, if we hit $300, I'm going to figure out how to do a pie baking stream. I don't yet know how that's going to happen, but I will make it happen. So I will do a pie baking stream if we hit $300. And then if we hit $500, I will cosplay and stream in cosplay Geranium, the dad from I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. So that's what he looks like there on the side. That is a big stretch for my stream, I think. Hi, Iron Trout. But if we hit 500, I will make that costume and I will stream in costume. So yeah, that's what's going on. I do see Portico wanted to have your name added to the crew list, which is done. Honestly, as one of my mods, you were added to it automatically. So if you want a different reward, just let me know. And then Key Squared, your donation would qualify you for designing a uniform. So if you want to do that, we can do that once we hop into the game. But also if you would prefer to do naming a ship or naming an officer, or honestly, because you donated enough, if you don't want to design a uniform and you'd rather do an officer and a ship, let me know. We're flexible, but there are incentives and rewards. Oh, you're great, Elixir. Thank you. So, maybe I should probably actually have a game at some point. You just wanted to make sure the gold bar graphics worked, but you can also get a reward if you want. So this is exciting. I'm amazed. Also, there is there is merch available for the Gamers for Trans Rights, and there's a command that exists that will point to it. And also, Elixir, I think I didn't actually look. Yes, you also have given enough. Ooh. Oh, you also chose adding yourself to the list. You were already there. But so again, as a mod, I added you automatically. So if you want one of the other incentives, just let me know. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, there's merch. It's not through my store, but it is because I don't have a store. It's great. I don't have any to show off because I didn't manage to order it in time. But that link will pop up, and all of the funds, all of the proceeds from purchasing that merch also go to the Trans Justice Funding Project. So, all right. I'm going to actually try and get the game running. I haven't turned on the game yet. Because a game? What game? A game on this stream? What? I know. Who would think? But, and timing's gonna be flexible. I had sort of planned it out with 3 hours of Star Trek Online, and then I do want to play Ultima today because it's normally my Ultima day, and I said that I will. But when we start that, flexible. It's all flexible. We'll see what happens. This stream, we enjoy a little bit of chaos. Also, I don't have a command for this, and I don't have it prepped to talk about, but I believe I saw the creators of Kids on Broomsticks are donating money as well. I'm going and looking this up now. So, knowing that my audience enjoys some TTRPGs, oh, I think it might have just been yesterday that they were donating the proceeds. I also saw, wasn't there a bundle of games? I see so many things. There was a thing, right? A sort of, now my brain is gonna fail me as I have distracted myself. Oh gosh, what is the place that gives all the bundles of stuffs? This is the problem. I have lost the name of the place that packages together bunches of games for the purposes of like raising money for charity and things like that. And bitch, thank you, Key Squared, or Humble Bundle too. There was a thing, and yes, trans witches are witches. On Itch.io, if you're interested. So there have been multiple efforts. Gamers for Trans Rights, Totoro Babe was actually interviewed on either on Thursday or Friday about the effort. I don't have the link to that. Okay, let me see about getting a game on this game stream. I believe you all should have music and be able to see a game known as Star Trek Online, which I know isn't like super trans, but Star Trek has been very like Star Trek Discovery especially has been very forward with actually showing LGBTQ people in the Star Trek universe, and it's been amazing. And so I finally get to celebrate Star Trek and LGBTQ plus at the same time. So how about we just hop in and start doing stuff? Also, Key Squared, if you said what you would like as a reward, I didn't see it. But as I said, there are incentives available, and you definitely gave enough to get one of those incentives. So if you wanted to name an officer or a ship or design a uniform, let me know what you would prefer, because you gave enough to do the uniform. But if you'd rather not do a uniform and you'd rather name an officer and or a ship, we can do that instead. And so I figure starting off with incentive redemptions, I'll do them on this character because this is the character that I'm playing on stream. Oh, you want to do the uniform? I would love to. I haven't really designed uniforms for this character yet.
You can alter your uniform and look.
And I should be able any uniform pieces that I don't already have, I should be able to get. There are some that are low by crystal items, but I don't. Well, so if you knew about one, like a Star Trek uniform that you would like to try and make happen, I can also potentially go and get those uniform pieces. Wow, my brain is just slightly overwhelmed today. I apologize. Anyway, so this is the uniform designer. And the default uniform, like the default basic Star Trek Online uniform, is the Odyssey uniform here. But there are many options. So starting with category for upper body, we've got bare chest options, which aren't really bare chest, most of them. There are a couple of there are a lot of these like sleeveless ones. Loose jacket. There are a bunch of options. Bare chest, growl. Some of them, like that one, with it's clipping a lot. So I tend not to use or even try to get some of the ones that just, they're older and they don't do too great. But most of them are pre-built, and we can adjust colors in many aspects. And they do try to recreate just about any uniform that you've ever seen on a Star Trek show. They don't have Strange New Worlds uniforms yet, but they do have lower decks. They've got lots of them. Like this one, Civilian 2399, is based on Seven of Nine's civilian look in the first season of Picard. So yeah, there's like a whole menu here. Deep Space Nine, Discovery. You've got Enterprise uniforms, Intelligence, Jem'Hadar. And then these Jupiter ones, I believe, are unique to Star Trek Online. I don't know that they came from anything in particular, Um, but they're kind of nice. Mercenary. Let's see. Scroll down. Kelvin uniforms. Star Trek the Motion Picture, Odyssey. Those are the default ones. Racing uniform. Section 31. The Starfleet Klingon Empire Alliance uniforms. Those are really nice, actually. I was seeing a lot of Eric's characters had that on, and I didn't know what it was. Now I do. Simple shirt. Very much modeled after the civilian clothing in Star Trek The Next Generation. And then Starfleet 2399. So that is first season of Picard. You can never stop remembering that they were impossible to use the restroom in. What? They looked so good. I had no idea. Now I'm going to have to dig into that lore. Some Terran ones. The Emancipator. If you remember in Star Trek the original series, they visited a planet where Kirk met Abraham Lincoln. The name escaped me for a second. You can actually dress your character up to look like Abraham Lincoln. Next gen uniforms, including the scant. And yes, you can wear the skirt as well. It is available. The Wrath of Khan uniform. So that's like the Star Trek movie uniforms, which, as far as I'm aware, are still exclusive to the PC release. So when I was playing on PlayStation, I was annoyed that I couldn't get this uniform. You like the collar? I'll show the last couple of ones here. Yeah. Would you want open or closed? And then of course we can edit the colors because open. So then getting into editing colors, we have a palette to pick from. So if you have a desire for a specific color combination, we can work with that. I wonder, because I've never looked, how close we can get to, and this does not have to be it, just if you have something that you want, tell me. Also, this lets me know what each color option changes. That's just going to be the metal piece on the buckle or on the strap. Maybe like a gold. Trans flag uniform. That's where I was going. So for the top, how does that look? I can switch the colors around if you think something else would be better. Okay. So then we can continue on from here. Also, we've got the Bajoran earring on this character, which I could also potentially move towards trans pride flag colors there as well. Emblem. Emblem? Oh, that's on the arm. That's not what I want. Klingon warrior sash. There are various like wrist attachments and things like that you can do, like little wrist held computers. Jem'Hadar tactical attachment. Um, some of these are great if you're working with like an armor build. So let's see. Rank. Currently, Fleet Admiral. Which apparently that is where the rank goes. I had no idea that's where the rank went on this uniform. I'm moving towards giving it a little bit of color. But you can let me know if you don't like what I'm doing, just tell me. I don't know why all the badges default to a gray when, like, in the series they tend to be very gold and silver and such. Badge. There are many badges. So most of these are going to be original series badges. So the Antares, Constellation. Apparently, I don't remember this, but in the original series, like all the ships had their own badge. So these are options. Some of them work better than others with this uniform, clearly. And then, of course, there's the Enterprise. Eternal. Exeter. Gemini. Intrepid. I'm going to scroll through some of these instead of dwelling on all of them. Sagittarius, Theseus. Okay, then we've got, let's see, alternate future variant. I believe that is from, is that yesterday's Enterprise? I think yesterday's Enterprise is what that badge comes from. I have the Andorian insignia. The Wrath of Khan badge, so that would be the one that matches the uniform top that you selected. You remember reading that when you were reading the technical manual as a kid and realizing you'd never noticed on the show because your TV screen was too small? Yeah, I don't think I ever really noticed either. Of course, I have the Bajoran badge. I have the Bajoran religious badge, Betazoid insignia, standard com badge with insignia. The Enterprise ones end up as the shoulder patch. Human insignia, the lifetime subscriber com badge. That one is the Star Trek the Motion Picture. This is the Odyssey, so this is like matching with the default uniform that they have in Star Trek Online. And then they've got the ones that these would be the Discovery badges. So the operations insignia, the sciences insignia, the command insignia, those are Discovery is where those originated. $23.99, that would be Star Trek Picard. And this is the in-game, the Starfleet and Klingon Empire alliance. Terran Empire for the Mirror Universe stuff. And then there's the Next Generation film ones and the Next Generation series ones. Lots of variation. And honestly, I don't think I really noticed when I was watching. Like, I don't think I had ever really noticed that the badge changed so drastically from the Next Generation to the movies. but these are both accurate. Um, so if you want a particular badge, let me know. $23.99 or the Odyssey. Okay. So the $23.99 one is clipping a little bit, which doesn't matter too much because it's going to be kind of small. Um, what is the Odyssey one? I love just the simple little outline of that. Okay. So if I leave it on this gray color, it's going to be kind of that silver, which I think looks really good on this uniform. Which actually, this might also. Yeah, I might. Also, would the button look better in a silver or a white? Oh, I could do white. Yeah. That looks good. All right, there are other like attachments that you could give, like backpacks and stuff. Um, so if you want to look at those, let me know and we can do that. Like there's these extra armor pieces that can be added. Um, I personally don't think that they really match with what we're going for, but uh, if you want to explore them, we can. Okay. So then it's the bottom. There are loose, tight, high, low, and skirts. I'm guessing if I want to start by looking for the matching bottom for the top that we've got. Is it under tight? I never know where to look for them. It also might not have a named one. Oh, it might be one of the ones that's designed to tuck into the boots. So let me look at those lists. Not tucked high, maybe tucked low. Wrath of Khan. So those would be the pants that are based on the Wrath of Khan uniform from the movie. And there will be boots that match as well. Okay. We can match colors. So we could go the blue or the pink, or I could even do white, I think. Or, of course, we can leave them as black. I'll let you determine the pant color while I go searching for the boots. I don't know which boot they intend to go with these. So tall, loose, soft, short, padded, Jupiter, Enterprise, Combat, Bajoran. I think the short boots look okay. Soft boots look good. Yeah, I was thinking the black pants actually did look pretty good with it. In which case, I'd probably leave the boots also in a black color. So the focus is up here. As for the belt, there is a Wrath of Khan belt. That's the one that's designed to match that top. But there are, of course, other options. The Terran excursion belt, with it complete with dagger. Um, some of them are going to clip because they're not designed to go on this uniform. Oh, that sash actually doesn't clip too much. That's surprising. A lot of the sashes clip through a lot of the uniforms. Kit belts, which are all full of lots of tech. Jupiter, the Intel belt. Oh, it's clipping. That's sad. Deep Space Nine Admiral, Civilian, Joran, and Dorian. So what were you saying ooh about the sash? Because if you like the sash, we can do the sash. Okay. And uh so the cloth that's hanging down can be one color, and then the cloth of the belt itself can be a different color. Hmm. I'm going to play around. Let me know if you want me to try something in particular, because I can try. Let's see how that looks. I wonder what it would be like the other way. Oh, that one cannot be pink. At least not the same pink. So it could be blue. Whole sash could be blue. It's very reflective. I wasn't expecting that. Hi, Shadows. we'll be on for a while. So um it's good to see you, and maybe we'll see you later. Okay. So Key Squared, what color do you think for the sash? The shiny pale blue? Okay. So the only other elements, let's see. There are a couple of like leg attachments that we could do. Again, those are going to be like extra gear to carry or stuff like that. But because we do have, there are some options for headwear and things like that that are possible. Yes, Iron Trout. I love that we went with this. It looks really good too. Um, let's see. I don't currently have any eye attachments on. We could give a patch on either eye, Intel glasses, sunglasses, uh, or various forms of visor. So if you would want one of those are possible. Head attached tech. Oh, there's also 7 of 9 style Borg implants. The Geordie visor. Oh, wait. Iron Trout, you're not the one designing it. This is Key Square's design. But I appreciate the enthusiasm and the vote. No, no, it's fine, Iron Trout. If you want to design a uniform, that is one of the incentives today for the fundraiser. um, but we can also adjust the color of the earring here if we want that to match. Let me see. I think that one would be white, pink, blue. That might be as close as we can get. I don't know if that fourth, I don't even know what that fourth one is controlling. We could do, that might actually match with the uniform more. Mostly blue, but with a little pink and then a little less white. What do you think? It's kind of hard to see the earring and the colors on the earring, but that's also as close to the earring as I can zoom in. It's interesting. We don't get the soundtrack in the uniform designer. Cool. So there we have it. And I'm guessing the Terran sash is the thing that I didn't already have, but that's fine. 23rd century mirror universe uniforms, that's fine. I have. I was prepared for that possibility. It stuck that in the fleet outfit spot. That's fine. It's just like a bonus slot that you get for having joined a fleet. If you want a specific name for it, do tell. Otherwise, I'm going to say. Oh, I can't do. It won't let me do parentheses. Really? Aw. There. So let's wear it.
Now you're looking sharp.
Indeed, we are. I hope that was fun for you, Key Squared. It was fun for me. And here it is out in the world. Although I wish, I don't know why this part of like you walk out of the uniform supply and the lighting is just really bad. Like it's so dark. I always walk out and I want to like get a view of the character in the light, and there's no light to view them in. That's better. And now it's there to be easily switched to. So what? I don't know why there's just no music playing at all, which is weird. I just have ambient. Maybe I just spent too long in the outfit designer. I don't know. Cool. What should we do now? Oh, I like this uniform. You're taking too long in the shop. No music for you. I can get music. I guess maybe there's just not always music when you're running around on the station and I just never noticed before. That's also possible. But if we go to Club 47, music. I don't know what emotes this character even has. Oh, let's just mix it up. Just gonna dance on the floor here in our wonderful. Oh gosh, it's even more shiny than I thought. The sash is amazing. I don't end up spending too much time in the club here, but we can do club dance. I guess that's what he was doing already, but honestly, the only reason I even know how the dances work is because during the summer event on Risa, there is one of the like daily events you can do is a dance competition or like a dance thing. Also, I guess on the Paradise Planet, I forget its name right now. The Paradise Planet that wasn't actually a paradise. There's also a dance competition there. Unusual. I enjoy the unusual dance. It is indeed quite unusual. This character doesn't have the Ferengi dance emote. But if you remember from Deep Space Nine, Jadzia, shortly before her wedding, had a party. And there was a dance that she and Nog were doing, and that is the Ferengi dance. Okay. Oh, this game is fun. I'm silly, but I really do enjoy this game. I enjoy just hanging out in the universe of Star Trek. I had played various Star Trek games, like back in the 90s, but I didn't know this one existed until a couple years ago, and it's really good. Thank you, Elixir. Oh wow, it's been an hour? That hour went by fast. Okay. It has indeed. I'm gonna throw these up here for a little bit. Let's. I don't want to advance story on this character right now, so I'm gonna actually change character for the moment. And we can go and visit my Romulan, my main character, the one I play most often, and just do random things.
I feel so ignored.
But I am not properly attired for today. I don't think I have a. Best I can do right now is this, but I can also quickly.
Hello. You can alter.
Yep, I certainly can. You can see I have a lot more outfits on this character. including swimwear, which you have to like go to Risa to wear the swimwear. Let's go lower decks. And we're just gonna change some colors. Oh, but yeah, I'm going for the trans colors because why not? So the gold needs that should be white. We'll do pink on the top and then the blue. And white. Badge. Silver. Rank. Lighten that up a little. This is the lower decks uniform. And then we'll just make the boots match, right? Let's go pink. I don't know. The reason the graphic is there is if we hit $500, I will cosplay that character on stream. Which means I will have to make the cosplay, but I never noticed it, but I wasn't really looking for that. I love that character. It's an amazing character. Xander could definitely do the hair really easily. And the lack of sleeves also is a very Xander quality. Okay. That will be a more appropriate outfit for this stream on this character.
Now you're looking.
Right? Much more appropriate for today. You just looked and saw Xander. Hey. I didn't, but that doesn't mean it's not there to see. It just means I didn't notice it. Okay. How about while we do this, let's see. What would be good? Age of Discovery. Sadly, none of the as far as I'm aware, I haven't seen them yet. None of the trans characters from the latest season of Discovery have made their way into the game yet. I will not be surprised if they do make their way into the game, because there are quite a few Discovery characters that you can find in game. Key Squared, totally understandable. I hope that your laundry goes well, and thanks for hanging out and designing a uniform with me, and for the donation to the Trans Rights Funding Project. Let's see. There are missions that exist that are no longer part of the main story arc. Some of them are not completable, but many of them still are. So let me see what one might be like. Visit commodity broker. Asteroid mining. Oh gosh, the Cobalt Act 2. Oh, I think I know what that one is. I don't know. I have no idea what this one is. Subject: unlocking the box. Contact is Grim, a Ferengi. Grimm has information for you about this subject. I have no idea what that's about. Oh, okay. Yeah, Kobali Crisis. That one's an interesting arc. You do encounter, it's not required to progress. Specters. I'm not sure what that one is. Toward the Galaxy, Hot Lead? Or Hot Lead, maybe. Lost Dominion. Federation is hosting a conference at Deep Space Nine. They plan to discuss what to do about the Borg. I'd greatly like to know what their plans are concerning this menace, especially since the Dominion is going to participate. A most unusual turn of events, to be certain. The Deferi. I don't know how many of these are actually still completable, but Starbase 24. Undying Wasteland mission replay. Hassan the Undying? It's a mission replay for a mission I've never played. So the Thaleron triggers. Oh, wait, no. Oh, gosh. No, those are. Yeah. So this is these are the missions that are on the Paradise planet, and they're no longer part of the main story arc. They were when I originally played, or when I first played the game. But I'm curious about unlocking the box. I have no idea what this is. I managed to acquire a few lockboxes and keys right out of Quark's private supply. I even found a little hidey hole to stash the loot at the Lobi Crystal Consortium. It's right under their noses. Who's got the lobes for business now, buddy? Normally, I wouldn't part with something like this, but I think security's on to me. Commander Dan's has been in here twice today. Something has to be up. Tell you what, you take them off my hands and I won't charge you anything. More importantly, I won't tell Quark you've got his property. Collect illicit goods from Drozana Station, which is located in the Beta Quadrant. I've never done this. Let's do. So, how is everybody doing today? I hope that the weekend is treating you well so far. Where are we at? Total for the. I don't know if it's updated or if I need to refresh it. 103,000 though for the overall effort is amazing. I'm gonna see. Overview. Yeah, it's up to 104 now. I don't know why that doesn't automatically update. There's got to be a way for me to force it to update, right? It's not a big deal. So far, all of the wonderful gamers that have been playing games and raising money for this charity have raised a good deal of money, and I'm very happy to see it. All right, we're going to Drozana Station. For a mission that I'm guessing was supposed to introduce you to lockboxes at some point in the past, but I have never done this mission. That's not what I wanted. All right, let's fly there. Hi, Detective Zen. Good detective work. Yeah, I'm on early today for the charity stuff the charity streaming. I'm raising money for the Trans Justice Funding Project as part of Gamers for Trans Rights. And over there, I do have some incentives and milestones for the stream this weekend. I'm doing today's stream, and tomorrow's stream is an hour longer than normal. And while I will be playing Mass Effect tomorrow, it'll still have the same incentives and milestones. The Star Trek Online redeems will just have to be like actually provided the next time I play Star Trek Online. But yeah, that's why I'm here now, is we're raising money for an excellent cause. Oh, you know, I could fly faster. But also, we got music now. Now that we're out flying around the galaxy, there's actual music playing. Complete judicial offices for a mock hearing on academic freedom and the First Amendment. Understood, Lord Portico. Thank you for joining, and maybe we'll see you again later. Or, you know, tomorrow. I should really move where those alerts go, because they get sort of in the way. But then, yeah, never mind. The but then was like internal monologue that was just coming out of the mouth, and it was like me immediately refuting what I had just said. So, yeah. Incidentally, one of those incentives is to be to rename one of my bridge officers for just a $2 donation. You can rename one of these bridge officers to either be named after you or another name if you prefer. That one is not renameable, sadly. And for a total of $7 donation, you can rename the bridge officer and rename a ship. For $12, you could rename somebody and change what outfit they're wearing. I think we just flew past the station because I was in, yep. It didn't automatically stop because I was in a menu. 5 a.m. is a bit early. I agree. Come on. My ship feels very cumbersome. I love this ship. I wish it was faster. As far as like more maneuverable. It's a science ship. It's not like a fighter. But yeah, so I was just going through here. I have lots of characters on multiple I have lots of bridge officers on multiple characters. This one though, I had to name Mala Ren. I just got this one. It's a Watcher Companion, which it essentially came out of Picard season 2. And yeah, once I got her, I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And then I immediately renamed her to Mala Ren because I felt I had to. If you're not familiar, Mala Ren was the character that Gina played on Shield of Tomorrow, which really didn't look anything like that, but still, I felt inspired. I could stabilize omega particles.
Welcome to
but
Drozana. You're cleared for docking. We have everything you need for shore leave, and a few things that you didn't even know you wanted. Shopping, drinking, dining, entertainment.
they know what I
You'll
want
find it all here.
before I do.
And don't forget the 77th rule of acquisition. If you break it, I'll charge you for it.
If you break it, I'll charge you for it. Oh, goody. This is the location where, like, I didn't do the Halloween event this last year, so I don't know if it was different. The rewards certainly seemed like maybe they had a different event, but this station is where the Halloween event that had run, where the typical Halloween event has taken place. Ooh. Access illicit good. Great, you found them. Now just take them and get out of here. Was that was the whole mission? What do you do with them? A package of goods stolen from Quark's bar. Value is 0. What are they for? Ooh. Oh my gosh. What? Oh no. Okay. Hacked master key. So it's only going to open these hacked Ferengi lockboxes. I didn't know these even existed. What? A Lobi crystal? I mean, it's just one. Is that a repeatable? Is that a way to, like, the giant rusty wall screams perfect shore leave location? I'm curious. Because usually the only way to get Lobi crystals is that you get some by opening lockboxes, and the only way to open lockboxes is with master keys, and getting master keys costs a heck ton of energy credits, or you can just buy them for actual real dollars. But can you just do that over and over and get... It's got to be like a one-time. Yeah, it's not in the list anymore. Okay, I was like, what? Because if it was repeatable, it'd be like, why has nobody ever told me that I could just get Lobi crystals? Yeah. Complete EPO tagging on New Romulus is the current universal endeavor. We could visit New Romulus. That's... And the EPOs are cute. And it'd be more of a shore leave location than here. Oh, while I'm here. Because we were looking at costume stuff earlier. There are costumes that, with Lobi crystals, you can get. 2380 uniform, 32nd Century Admiral's uniform, a Breen costume, Enterprise era survival suit, the Section 31 badge, which I think I already have unlocked on this character. Some Terran Empire uniforms. Those look like season 1 Discovery to me. And then there's more, like the Grand Negus's outfit, or Harry Mudd's outfit, as well as some outfits from the original series that I suppose there might be occasions when you would want to dress in these outfits? I don't know. Kelvin Timeline Romulan Minor Wardrobe. I haven't seen that one before, but that's cool. Okay, so there's like, oh, the Mirror Romulans. I keep seeing things and I want them all, but I do not have that many low light crystals. We're not asking the Ferengi where they got a 32nd century admiral's uniform. We indeed are not. We also didn't question how or why we are presently flying a 32nd century ship, given that the year is, I don't know what the current year is in game, but 2409, maybe like a year or two after that. I didn't want to. Yeah, I can just. I don't know why I flew back to the transporter pad. Ran. I don't know why I ran back to the transporter pad.
Welcome to Josana.
Yep. Where was I going? New Romulus. I already forgot what I was doing. Although, if we're gonna go to New Romulus, no, yes, no. That character's not ready for New Romulus yet. I was like, we could just go there on the other character, but the other character has not found New Romulus in the storyline yet. So, no. The in-game explanation is shh. Yes, exactly. But also, I love this ship. The Saturn Intel Science Spearhead. Wish I could make that image bigger, but I don't know the exact like description of it. I would have to like go to the website and look. But it's designed with the big hole in the middle, like a donut, because it's a science ship and it's meant to like position the object they're studying. Like if they're like studying an asteroid or a comet or something, they're meant to, I guess a comet, it might be really hard, but whatever. They're meant to put the object they're studying inside the center of that ring, and then they can study it from all sides at once. Which is a neat idea, I suppose. How far are we? Yeah, let's boost to transwarp speed. I could also probably just have transwarped directly there, but actually I know I could have transwarped directly there because this is a Romulan character. But then we don't get to see this wonderful ship flying through the universe. Also, I have a new vanity shield on the most recent reputation project that I finished to the point where I could get the vanity shield, which is Dyson Joint Command. We're almost there. 5 light years or so. Nope. Apparently I can't just drag that out of the way. I'll have to go into the interface editor if I want to move it. Do. All right. This is New Romulus. If you remember, from official Alpha Canon Star Trek, the triggering event that caused the Romulan mining ship to destroy stuff. Gosh, wow. Brain. The Kelvin timeline was spawned by Spock using red matter, ending up in a parallel / alternate universe, and a Romulan mining ship followed him in and destroyed the ship that Captain Kirk's father was on. And that is what led to the events in the Kelvin timeline universe, the USS Kelvin being the ship that was destroyed, which is where it got its name. So that's the movies, the J.J. Abrams movies. Hello, Eppo. I don't remember how to do Eppo tagging. I think I have to go. I can't start it here. It does look like a fancy bottle opener, though. Kelvin timeline. I forgot what I was saying. It's gone. I have no idea what I was saying. I don't remember what my point was. I want to go to the Eppo fields, which are over here. I have an Eppo, but I don't have it with me. Yes, they are a parallel universe. That's correct. Oh, yes. The reason there's a new Romulus is because the whole reason that Spock was in a ship using red matter and ended up in the parallel universe had to do with his efforts to try to stop the destruction or the supernova of the Romulan sun. And so Romulus and Remus got destroyed in the Alpha universe, but those movies don't go into that because they only show you the blurg, the Kelvin universe. But so new Romulus, the Romulans in this game have to deal with their planet is gone and they're trying to rebuild. And so the new Romulus is where that is. Admiral, welcome to Isha Forest. We have to help the Eppo or else they will fall prey to other predators on New Romulus. All right. Is it? I think it's this. Are you familiar with the Eppo? They're small creatures who have somehow survived on this planet by hiding from predators. However, our scans show their numbers are thinning all over the planet. Can you help us tag the Eppos? You can find them wandering the forest. You'll only have 1 minute and 30 seconds to tag as many Eppos as you can. You will receive the following rewards based on the number of Eppos collected. None, no rewards. 1 to 9, 1 Romulan mark, and 1 Eppo tag. And then increasing from there. All right. This is currently the Universal Endeavor. We can talk about endeavors in a minute. Oh gosh, they have the cat from the Halloween event. Sad that I didn't get the cat. Tag Eppo. Yes. Tag Eppo. They run away so fast. I actually struggled to tag Eppos the first time I tried to do this. I'm amazed that this is going easily. We want to save the creature, but we don't want to spend much time on it. Well, yeah. Also, your character in this game suffers from protagonist syndrome. everyone around them is incapable of doing anything. Meaning that they have to do everything themselves. Protagonist syndrome. Can't run up to them, they get scared. Hello! Oh, they're so cute. These are like little baby Eppos. I should go to the command center because then I could access my inventory and show you my Eppo. I have a sugar plum Eppo from the winter event. I also have this wonderful rainbow caracol. Oh. I believe I am out of time. So we turn in our research and collect our rewards. Which gave me, I completed the universal endeavor, which are usually things that people don't do very much, or sometimes are pretty hard to do, but they're shared by everybody, so everybody's trying to do them at the same time, which tends to make some of them actually possible where they would otherwise not be. Yes, arbitrary time limit. Population management. We want to save some of the creatures. But endeavors, the whole endeavor system, this is part of the end game for this game. I currently am endeavor rank 21. By completing the missions that show up over here, you earn points, and once you reach a threshold of points, you get a perk point to spend. And the perk points give bonuses account-wide. So all of my characters benefit currently from plus 12 hull regeneration in space, plus 2 damage resist alpha in space, plus 2 damage resist beta, etc. Apparently this can go on for a long time. I don't know. And you don't really get to control what you put the points into. You get an option that gives you 3 possible options to spend your point on. But yeah, and so these are my current personal endeavors. Defeat Senkethi on the ground, to deal plasma damage on the ground, and deal Polaron damage in space. If I don't like one, I could reroll. I currently have 15 reroll tokens. So if there was one that I didn't like that was a personal endeavor, you can get rid of it. If it's the universal endeavor, you can't get rid of it. And there's at least one universal endeavor that's practically impossible to do. And so, anyway. Yeah, but New Romulus is really pretty. Also, I like green and purple, and that's sort of the color scheme of this place. I probably should have used the transporters, huh? There are transporters. And, you know, it would have been really appropriate, them being transporters. Where's the fun in that? It's just, it is really pretty. This is the staging area, meaning, like, this is... New Romulus is perpetually in a state of, we just landed and are setting up a colony. So... I want to travel to the command center, though, and I don't know if I can do it from on the ground. I know I can go to the embassy from here. I might have to go back to my ship in order to transport down again to get to the command center. I don't know that I've ever tried to go from outside into the command center. Maybe if I go into the embassy, I can get into the command center. I'm gonna find out. I've only been playing this game for like 4 years. Not consistently the entire time, though. So this is the embassy. Lots of guards. There's a bartender and a chef. Wait. Talk to the officer on watch. Operating the embassy requires a lot of staff, and help is always needed. If you have time to assist, the officer of the watch will know what needs to be done. You get fleet marks for doing that? Huh. I'm not going to do it right now. I just didn't even know that existed. There is a lot of stuff in this game. Ooh. This is... Where is my Eppo? Aha. Ooh, I've got 2 of them. Oh, but one of them I haven't raised it yet. Sir, get off my desk. Well, but what's the fun in that? Okay. I have an Elder Era Eppo, a cherry one. Sadly, I can't pet it. Wish I could pet the Eppos. I also have a Moppet, which is a juvenile Sugar Plum Eppo. I have not done what needs to be done to grow it into a larger version of a Sugar Plum Eppo. Those are both from the winter event. It's interesting. I don't have my Caracol in my inventory yet. I can. Oh yes, I do. Okay. I was like, you know, they're really cute. I generally my Rycian Caracol, which is a pet from the summer event, is the pet that I will run around with. That, or, you know, I've also got dot 32 or dot 23, which I also quite like. I think I also have a runabout that will follow you around that I could. And of course I have a Bonnie Tribble. It's a daring Tribble. A Tribble with orange hair, wearing a Bajoran earring. Because Bonnie. What I don't have on this character, that I probably should, is the Rainbow Tribble, which I do have on this character, which is why I'm switching. Aw, it's Deep Space Nine. Go upstairs. And you know, this character being an Orion, of course he's dressed like a himbo. Orions you can actually do shirtless. But yes, Rainbow Tribble. I don't have it in my activities right now. Um, there. Petting the rainbow tribble provides a sense of community and belonging among you and your teammates. The resulting increased coordination increases team critical strike chance overall. I just want somewhere well lit. Is the lighting better over here? I don't know why every place in the galaxy is so poorly lit. Maybe if I went to Bejor's surface, it would be better lit. Actually, it probably would. Rainbow Tribble! Oh, so cute. This character has a full-grown Ryzian tropical bird. I also have a living snow cone, but it's currently in my account bank. I know. Well, except that Starbase 1 also has horrible lighting. So there are various like pets that you can get. And then there are combat pets, which are ads that you can call in to aid you during battles. Of course, the Bajoran Temple on the station. It's really crowded. I don't remember there being that many people in there ever on the show. If there had been, Jadzia would not have died. Sorry, spoilers. Aw, I want to talk to the Klingon chef. You can purchase Klingon food from the Klingon chef. They have blood wine, gach, rakt, which I can't say, but Ractigino, Rokeg blood pie. Oh, I remember Worf's mom talking about that. Targ milk, Grapak sauce, Klingon glotzt, Klingon octopus. You know, I never actually looked at what the buffs were for any of those until now. Because I'm not good at paying attention to details in games. The Latinum exchange? I'm having fun exploring because I just haven't done. Officer Rose Senna. Not Rolaren, who belongs in security. But that's from the beta, not alpha. Rolaren being head of security happened in the novels. Hog. Klingon security officer. I really like. They need to do a Picard style show about Deep Space Nine. Like, they need to revisit Deep Space Nine. We need another Deep Space Nine series. I'm trying to find the Romulan Jumja sticks. Or no, the Osel twists. I know they're around here somewhere. Ah, there. Okay, over there. I should really pop in on the Discovery era too. You can buy Jumja, Bajoran Jumja stick. But where are the Romulan Osel twists? I thought they were available too. Maybe just from the replicator in the Replimat. Nope. They've got a Danian spice pudding, which sounds really good right now. I do have feelings about Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine used to be the best Star Trek ever. I say used to be because Strange New Worlds is better, but there's so much less of Strange New Worlds. These are all shops. I've never shopped in any of them. I've never had a need to. Of course, there's Zazvit, or Zazrit. Who says, stupid texty me, which is just perfect. The original Zazrit. Well, the copy of the original Zazrit. Yeah, I totally get that, Detective Zen. I didn't see the first season of Discovery until a year after it came out because we didn't have Paramount Plus and I had to wait for it to come to iTunes before I could watch it. I should go to a Discovery era character. Do I have one early on? One that hasn't like, do I only have one? I just have Velnar? Oh, that'll have to be fixed at some point. This is my only Discovery era character. On here. I have multiple Discovery era characters on
I feel so ignored.
On the PlayStation. But yeah, I'm in current day. You start the Discovery era in the original like Discovery era, like not the 32nd century, but pre-Enterprise or pre-original series when the first season of Discovery was. Shakes fist at so many streaming options? Yes. I mean, it was lovely to be able to subscribe to individual channels without being saddled with a bazillion others that you didn't need. However, now we're getting to the point where it's not really a deal. Because if you're going to get all of the things, you're paying as much as you would pay for a cable subscription. So you might as well be paying for a cable subscription, except you can't just have a cable subscription because then you also have to pay for their streaming service to get all the new shows. So I don't know. We've got most of the standard ones. We don't have Peacock because I have yet to see anything advertised as being on Peacock that I needed to have. This character has barely started, but this is the character so this character is not an Andorian. I don't think. What did I? Yeah, no. This character is I just created them as alien. And you can design your own. And
Hello. You can alter.
This character is intended to be half Enar, half Bajoran. And so I didn't have access to like the Enar eyes, which is why he's just got like the silver eyes. I suppose I could put like standard eyes on him, but I liked the silver ones. And they don't have any playable Enar options at all. And you definitely can't do a cross between species without just saying alien and building it yourself. I have multiple Romulan crosses as well. I don't remember specific what I had done. Anyway,
Now you're looking.
I'm not sure that anybody cares, but I don't know. I like imagining unusual characters because in the Star Trek universe, everybody can interbreed with everybody else, and so STI or STO, you should. It does not have to cost you any money. There are cosmetics that you can't get without buying them in the shop. And there are certain upgrades that you can work towards or possibly buy through the exchange, spending energy credits or things like that. I'm not sure if they're account bound or not. I don't think they are. But so there are things you can't get unless they give them away for free as promotions. But none of them stop you from actually being able to play and be competitive in the game. Yeah, hashtag not sponsored. I am indeed not sponsored. And in fact, I'm doing a charity stream. And there are Star Trek Online related rewards. If you choose to donate to the charity stream, which is supporting the Trans Justice Funding Project as part of Gamers for Trans Rights. And for just $2, you can rename one of my bridge officers. For just $5, you can rename one of my ships. For $10, you can guide me in the creation of an outfit in Star Trek Online, which we did earlier on my character that I created on stream and will be continuing to stream as the months go on and running through the actual storyline. And one of our community members, T Squared, designed this lovely uniform with me. USS Explodable. Commands? Oh, it's fine, Alexi. Thank you, though. Thank you for dropping those in. I just was like, oh, I haven't mentioned this in a bit. I should probably mention that, yes, we are indeed fundraising. Which is why we're going longer. And wow, it's been about 2 hours. I probably should take a bio break soon.
Ignored.
Oh, it's Jason Charles Miller. I mean, Q.
Shall we play a game?
It is Jason Charles Miller.
Can't an omnipotent being enjoy himself without being interrogated? I'm in a mood to celebrate. And who better to share my company than my favorite mortals? I guess I could have thrown a party for a Dosian protozoa, but you know how they are. So needy.
Q's got these creatures dancing. But there's no music. They need music to dance to. I don't know what they are. I'm not sure it matters. So the storyline is exclusively solo, Detective Zen. And the multiplayer portion is player versus environment. And you do not have to interact with the other players at all. I can actually show you one of those in a minute. I do need to take a quick bio break first. But when I come back, I can show you what one of those, what, I don't know what it stands for. They're called TFOs, Task Force Operations. You earn stuff by doing them, and I am basically an exclusively solo player as well. I have occasionally like met up with other like people in the extended like streampunks community and stuff like that, to just hang out because we've never managed to actually do a mission together. But yeah, I'm basically an exclusively solo player in MMOs, and totally doable in Star Trek Online. There is PvP. You do not ever have to touch it. I have never done PvP in this game. So it's a very welcoming game. Okay, it's now 2:30 my time. I am going to take a quick break. So while I'm gone, I will throw goals up. We have hit the $100, which was my base goal. There are milestones that we can work towards if we want to. But I'm really thrilled that that we've been able to even hit $100. Like, I don't like asking for like tons of extra money from people. I know it's hard. I thought this was a worthy cause and I wanted to take part. So I'm going to stretch. I'm going to hydrate. Thank you, Elixir. I will make sure that I have better posture when I sit back down. And I will indeed take a break. So I will see you all shortly. Hello, everybody. I am back. I hope that you got a chance to have a lovely break, stretch, get a beverage. Hopefully, you're not trying to talk while you have a starburst in your mouth, like I am. Wait. What happened? Drinking your... Oh, it's silly. I really should not have put that starburst in my mouth at all. My apologies. I'm actually going to go to a different character to do the TFO. Because technically that character should not. Yeah, no starbursts right before FaceTime. Only when I know that I'm gonna have a minute to like get it down. We'll pop back over to my main here, Krogan, and I'll show you what one of the multiplayer missions looks like, or event mission thing, whatever. They do them. They happen both. They have ground and they have space. Ground and space. Yes. Hashtag not sponsored. But you asked. Somebody asked. I don't remember. Was it Zen? It's too far back in chat. No, putting your face next to an actual bursting star. Good advice. So there are ones that are associated with the actual like current event, which is the 13th anniversary. One of them is ground and one of them is space. So those are options, but I can also just, there's a random, join random option. And you can specify difficulty level for that. There's just the basic difficulty, and then there's advanced difficulty for the randoms. And then there's elite difficulty that you can do as an option. And your rewards increase depending on which difficulty level you set. I generally queue for random on advanced, just because it gives slightly better rewards. But I'll do random and we'll see what happens. That is... I started to pick up the can from the soda instead of picking up the glass that I poured the soda in. So I still don't know what the mission is. I have accepted, and it's pairing me with, I think, 4 other people. But I have no voice comms. I never talk in the chat. It's completely unnecessary, and nobody gets upset that you don't do it. Oh, yes. My bag of Starburst. Hashtag not sponsored. It is original flavor. It had 3 pink ones, no red ones, and about 1/3 orange and 2/3 yellow. It was very much not chaotic enough. Ooh, it's a Borg one. A Borg ground one. It's way too many yellow.
Prepare for glorious battle.
Penetrated to the heart of Unimatrix 01.
Reinforcements. Disrupt their communications by disconnecting drones attached to the central plexus nodes.
Okay, I have never...
Disconnected Borg will move to defend their position. Neutralize them so they cannot initiate repairs on the central plexus. Remember, they may adapt to your weapons. Use a remodulator when they do. I'm reading high levels of plasma in the central plexus. As the levels increase, there will be a localized discharge. I do not recommend being in one of those affected areas when that happens.
I have... Huh. Goody. I have never actually really truly understood how we are meant to, or like what we're supposed to do. Oh no. Okay. I know this one. I thought this was a different one. There's one of the Borg ground ones that I've never figured out what you're actually supposed to do. Occasionally I've been with a team where the people actually know and we've succeeded in doing it. This one's not bad. Yes. There are drones. I suppose I should shoot the drones. Oh, the incentives. I could turn them off.
The Borg are reacting. They are awakening reinforcements.
Oh gosh. Oh no. Hi. Welcome. Welcome to Lovely's. Hi. It's so good to have you joining. We're fighting the Borg. We're also raising money for the Trans Justice Funding Project. I'm about to die. Oh my gosh. Probably good that I got incapacitated right then. Damn, cliffhangered you? I mean, was that unusual? But hi, Delevely. It is so great to have you joining. If anybody here does not know who Delevely is absolutely Delevely, and just a wonderful, wonderful, joyous person who is a joy to be around and a joy to watch. And you definitely should drop a follow over there. How did your stream go? How was your fundraising effort? We have so far hit my base goal of $100, and oh gosh, where is my I need alt 7. Delevely are themselves, yes. Delevely is Delevely. And yeah, welcome back, Shadows. Oh, why do they have to keep adapting to my weapon? I should actually, call in some of my things, but I'm also really distracted by like trying to pay attention. So yes, I do have milestones and incentives. If you want to donate some funding for the Trans Justice Funding Project as part of me playing here. For $2, I will rename one of my Star Trek Online bridge officers to whatever name you, well, within reason. For $5, I'll rename a ship. For $10, you can help me design a uniform. And then for $20, I add you to the ship's crew list, which will be persistent on my stream going forward. But as a thank you, I'll do that. Milestones that are there, that if we hit $200, there'll be some hat options, and you all can decide what hat I buy. Hats are sort of a thing on my stream. $300, and I will do a pie baking stream. And $500, I will cosplay that character that you see on screen. And I will do so on stream. Okay, there we go. I was like, it's not giving me the option to trigger it, so when is the virus upload going to trigger? Oh, it started.
Borg are reacting to the virus upload. Reinforcements inbound.
These Borg just don't like taking damage from my weapon. When you're bad guys, you're supposed to just know that you're supposed to just, be there to take damage from the good guys, right? It's just rude. Yes. There is somebody here definitely dressed in less clothing than the rest of us. Don't you know that you're supposed to be here for me to kill? Not other things? I don't know. I'm silly. Oh, no, don't hurt me. Why would you hurt me? It's almost like you're trying to hurt me. We're almost done with this part. So this is, I honestly think the ground missions are more, they feel more like, oh, I feel more interaction with the other players, but you still never really react or interact with the other players. Which is... Hi, Mango Kiwi Pear. Thanks for the follow.
The Borg are in chaos. The time has come. Attack the Queen's chamber is dead ahead. The Borg have completely blocked our sensors in that area, so I don't know what you'll find. I'm sure she will be well defended.
Here there be Borg.
One chance to cripple the power of the collective.
I should
do whatever you have to do.
There are commands. If people need to see the incentives again, just ask and we can make them show up. But realized I've been playing this entire mission with that up on the screen. This is not terrible. My keyboard commands right now for like switching which for making my weapons work against the Borg again. Not going great. Words are also like non-existent today for me. I don't know why. I keep trying to say things and like I stumble over whatever I'm saying. I might be distracted. Or I might not be, and you could probably distract me very easily. Chucky's for trans rights. Oh, Mango Kiwi Pear. Did you show up in an extension of the correct community for that? I'm in the middle of sentences and then they lose. I lose the sentences. I wish I had anti-Borg weapons right now. Words are heard, yeah.
Do you think you have wounded me? Separated me from my children? Your actions are meaningless.
I have not looked to see.
I am the collector.
I don't know who voiced the Borg Queen in the game. I have a wonder, I have a curiosity about whether it was the actress who played the Borg Queen in Picard. Kind of sounded like her. I do have a remodulator, yes. I threw it on as soon as we got in here, because I don't have an anti-Borg weapon right now, which means I have to have the remodulator or I can't really damage them. It's just that I threw it on and didn't really get to organize otherwise. So the key combination for activating it, not great. So much things. So many happen. Oh, you know, just all of you, take some lightning. Try to adapt to that. Mango Kiwi Pear, I don't know if you came in on the raid or not. If you didn't, then if you're interested, the raid came from a streamer who is part of a group called the Streampunks, who are absolutely amazing and very trans welcoming and LGBTQ friendly TTRPG streamers who are currently playing on Monday night a game of Star Trek Adventures on Cryptic Studios' actual Twitch channel. So you might be interested in that if you had not previously heard of them. And they just did episode 1 this past Monday of Clear Skies Perseverance, and it was amazing. And I'm excited for episode 2 coming up on Monday. I'm just gonna bring in a little runabout.
You cannot defeat me. You cannot
Ooh,
defeat
yeah. As soon as I can, I'd be very happy to. I should really have a command. I talk about the Streampunks enough. As soon as I get a chance, I will put some info in chat.
The enemy is in a state of disarray.
All right. Well, that was one of the multiplayer missions. And yeah, I basically did not interact with the other players at all. So I'm actually gonna find a decent source instead of just and point you towards their socials so that you will be able to find it in the future. Yeah, so if you check out that Twitter account, Streampunks RPG, they are diverse, welcoming, and inclusive TTRPG gamers, inclusive of people of various colors, as well as all across the gender expression and sexuality spectrum. And they just started their second Star Trek game as Streampunks. They're the third one that many of them have been in, because many of them were over at Geek and Sundry and were in the cast of Shield of Tomorrow. Absolutely. I'm always happy to introduce people to the Streampunks. And of course, my Romulan character, I had to deck out in the proper attire for today. Oh, did I? Oh gosh, I should look at that. Thank you for drawing my attention to it, Elixir. I was very focused on the fact that I was shooting Borg. So let me go over and look at the... Oh my gosh. Y'all are amazing. We're at 150. Be Right UK, thank you so much for the donation. Did you want one of the incentives? You have donated enough that honestly, any of them that you want to redeem. So definitely, you didn't select any with your donation, but if you want to be added to the crew list for the channel, let us know. But also, if you want to design a uniform or rename a ship or have a bridge officer named after you, those are all available to you. Borg are inconsiderate when it comes to goal redemption. But absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for donating to the Trans Justice Funding Project and supporting the effort. Like, that is, I don't need a game more than I need for trans people to be respected, and so the whole point of like gamers for trans rights, which is what my stream is ultimately a part of, was to not play the transphobic wizarding game and raise money for trans causes while protesting the game. So DJ Phoenix, I have, yes. I'm currently 36 of 40 through towards the reward for the event. I generally pop in once a day and do the stuff. I haven't done it on stream, but I'm not opposed to doing so. I just don't know if people that will give story out of order. But if people don't care about story out of order, I could do that. Yeah, I've got another 3 hours or so before I can make more daily progress. And just 2 more days and I will have the reward. Does this cheer of bits mean I am tempting the arrival of a hype train? We treat them differently from the train for sure. You're right, UK. Thank you for the 500 bits. And thank you. Oh my gosh, 50,000 bits total. Amazing. Oh, I love the tiny runabout. I don't have the pet version, which will just make it fly around in non-combat. Well, maybe I do. Let me see. Oh, I can call it, even though we're not in combat. It's definitely a reference to the Deep Space Nine episode with the miniaturized runabout. Yeah, I will definitely be doing it today after the time reset. How about, since there's no reason not to, nobody has, oh gosh, Elixir, thank you for the 100 bits. Apparently a train is approaching the stream. I'm gonna queue for Birdcage. It's another ground-based one. Hype trans. You tried, as bad as it was. It's fine. Altitis. I have most of my stuff on this character on PC. I have many other tunes. Most of them have not had a whole lot of time in them, but mostly because I ended up getting really sucked into Star Wars: The Old Republic, and most of my time that I would have been in this game ended up in that game instead. Of course, I also have a bazillion characters over on the PlayStation that I probably should visit someday. Eddie Lizard. Oh my gosh, DJ Phoenix, that's amazing. That is a great name. This Romulan is Krogan of Clan Shanann. For reasons. And I honestly, I can share the reasons if anybody cares, but it's not like it's a secret. It's because I like to do shenanigans over on other people's channels. And one of the things I do is throw 1,000 bits at a time. So
Dr. Beverly Crusher of the Terran Empire.
I was nicknamed
She's the
Krogan
mother of the Terran
from that.
people, and also has critical information that can allow us to defeat him. As a result, this operation has been sanctioned by all participating parties. We'll make our way to the op station within general population. From there, we can
Cake
access their
or
prisoner
death?
database and find out where her cell is. Once we have located Dr. Crusher, we will exfiltrate her back to the runabout and make our escape.
This is DeSoto. We're on a covert comm link, so act natural.
It's very covert. You don't even have a face
Our
today.
intel says there's several Coalition prisoners in that facility. Release them if you can. Also, there are extensive R&D labs on site. Extract any valuable data from those if you get the chance.
Everything
You're
is
not getting
cake.
Another opportunity like
Wait a
this.
second. That's the
DeSoto out.
Inquisitor.
Oh, I need combat interface.
Time to go in loud.
Initiate lockdown protocols. Alert Warden Singh.
It's also great that my current abilities mean I turn pink when shields turn on.
Override codes I gave
The cake is indeed a lie.
We're in.
All of the cake lied. So much lying. Why does the cake lie? What does the fox say? Wait, no, that's a different question.
Wait, Gemini Squad, and have them meet me in my lab.
So this is the current, this is one of the brand new, we're breaking Mirror Universe Beverly Crusher out of prison. Why did the Swiss roll? You know, I think I created, when I did RP on the, for Clear Skies, I created a brand new character for it. And,
This door will take us towards
I don't think, I had never made that character in Star Trek Online until a couple days ago. I could probably take a moment and hop over there after the TFO, but yeah, I don't even know why it never even occurred to me to
Once we get this
make
door
that
open,
character.
get ready for a fight. Watch your corners and the upper level.
Because it makes perfect sense that, of course, I should continue RPing that character. My character in Clear Skies fan roleplay was an archivist on the ship who had an encounter with a Bajoran orb, and I believe it was the orb of time, but ended up being time shifted, and so had come from the era of the Dajaras, and basically had missed the entire Cardassian occupation of Bajor, and was an archivist who just happened to, know a lot about historical things because having lived in the past. That was my character.
Computers will switch over to auxiliary power, but the force fields will come down.
Your character had an encounter with the Hologoose. I remember I took part in a holodeck concert / fight. I remember we were performing and that a fight happened, but that's kind of all I remember. That was early days. Like, I got into it at the beginning, and I did a number of log entries, but I didn't go much beyond that.
Of course,
The Streampunk's Discord is awesome. There's no fan RP for the current Clear Skies, at least not official. I believe there are a couple of fan discords that run their own RP. I have not been connected with them, so I don't know exactly where they are taking place.
Terrorists have released the prisoners in Tin Pop. All available units respond immediately.
So there is a bonus objective to rescue prisoners that are members of the coalition. Which I honestly don't know what you get for doing the bonus objectives. I've never paid that much attention. I just always try to do them. The pants are very tight. Have you seen Lower Decks? I believe the tight pants are appropriate for Lower Decks. It is certainly. So Lower Decks makes fun of Star Trek in the way that you make fun of something if you love it. It does it in the best way, and it's just wonderful. And the outrageous Okona, or Okona, if anybody remembers
I need you to cover me.
him from the episode titled The Outrageous Okona of The Next Generation, that character appears in both Lower Decks and in Prodigy, and I'm so happy about it. Yeah, too many streaming services. Yeah, it makes sense.
Security lockout on that console. Good job.
Honestly, we wouldn't have Paramount Plus if it didn't have Star Trek. It is the only thing we watch on the platform. Yeah, they got the original actor back for it too, which is always an excellent thing.
That did it. Almost there.
I must have missed a pun. But thankfully, Elixir didn't. You had an idea for Clear Sky's RP character. All over of their gallery.
Got it. Taking more deep isolation. Let's go.
I honestly don't even... I guess they have other shows, but I've never paid any attention to their other shows. And I'm annoyed with Paramount Plus right now, too. Because Paramount Plus has decided that even if you subscribe at the higher level tier, that when you first subscribed to it said you would have no ads, you now get one ad a day for some other, or for some show that is a Paramount Plus show. So even if you paid for no ads, they will show you one pre-show ad each day. And I'm just annoyed by it because I paid for no ad. Okay, I think we're done here. And I was like, is something wrong? Am I in the wrong tier? And I had to look into it, and no, they just changed it. And so now, even if you pay for no ads, you get one ad a day. You got names for characters from various sources. One of your characters is named and loosely patterned on a person you met in Second Life. Oh, I remember Second Life. I used Second Life back in the days of dial-up. It was an interesting idea. It was very, a lot of like the customization options for your character in Second Life required a lot more technical knowledge than I had. I couldn't figure out how to fly when I first got in there. And I eventually figured out that I was just in an area that didn't allow flying. But, yeah. Dial-up noises, yes. I had dial-up for much longer than I needed to. Yeah, the pre-roll ad for their own content. Well, HBO it does the same thing too. And it's just that Paramount Plus didn't used to, and now they do. And when I started noticing it, I got annoyed. The player minimizes when you pause. Is that in a web browser? Because I watch it on Apple TV and I watch it on my iPad, and those are like the only two places I watch it.
Inquisitor, been a while since you hauled me out to this hellhole. I presume you're here to do my son's dirty work for him again. Did he finally decide to sign my death warrant?
Actually, we're here to rescue you.
You're not just here for me then. You need my research project.
Oh, I haven't turned off those.
Unfortunately, all of my work is held in a secure database under the Warden's watchful eye. We'll need to extract it, preferably over the Warden's dead body.
Understood. Come with us, Doctor. It's time to extract that data.
Storage in Ward E, and I'll do the rest.
Yep.
Have a change of heart, Inquisitor?
So, I definitely, like, people were starting to come and investigate, like, why we hadn't, because usually by this point in an event, people are already just clicking through those dialogues.
I need that data. It's worth the risk.
Very well. Let's get
extract that data. Move. Well, I mean, maybe we are extracting data. You know, we've never seen data in the mirror universe. That would have been really cool.
More exocomps beaming in.
I love the dual pistol. That is definitely my weapon style of choice in this game. We haven't even done ship combat. There's so much good stuff in this game. A good Sherlock Holmes would be enough to distract Data. Just don't bring Moriarty into this. Although, do bring Moriarty into this. There's a... Oh, what was it? Enola Holmes. Has anybody seen the Enola Holmes movies on, I believe they're on Netflix. I really don't want to spoil them because they're really good. But we saw the second one, oh gosh, months ago now. Yeah, I won't spoil it. I'll just say I love their choice as far as Moriarty is concerned.
Extend the bridges to the data storage vaults. I'll call out where the data fragments are.
Okay. I thought I was frozen for a second, and it turns out somebody had just, taken over the drone or something.
They'll cut my access to the databases. Here's the first data set.
Mirror Throlo. Oh gosh. Can you imagine? I can't imagine Throlo in the Mirror Universe. I can totally imagine Amy Dallin doing a Mirror Universe character though. It would be amazing. Let it go. Well, I won't hold it back anymore. Oh! Please exit the building, exocomps. I haven't even like been using my really powerful attacks.
Bring it back to me.
Yes, I have the data fragment. Here, take it. Also, we have 4 more secret files to steal. Why are people not stealing them? Like, I want the secret file. Gina crafted goatees. Oh, absolutely. Those are required. I actually don't really care about these exocomps right now. Let me call in a runabout to shoot them.
Bring it back to me.
I have the data.
You found something worth hiding.
I have the technology.
First data set.
It's still just Amy Dallin. That would be the best. Like, oh, that, because there are, in the Mirror Universe, there are characters that we have encountered who are just themselves. Most of the characters have some weird, evil, alternate version of themselves, but there have been characters who are essentially just themselves. Maybe slightly more evil, but only slightly. In fact, in STO, Beverly Crusher is kind of one of them. She comes across as mostly Beverly Crusher, maybe not as compassionate.
Data Vault 5.
But still, mostly just Beverly Crusher.
Data Vault 4, go.
You have the data, but do you have the lore? Oh, points. DJ Phoenix needs points.
You've collected a data fragment. Bring it back to me.
So this is a defend the area and go and collect things.
Data fragments received
and it works well. It's
all ours.
I don't know. At some point, I imagine this one might get to the point of tediosity. But it's not there yet for me, and I've done it a number of times. It is an extended TFO. Like this one is longer than most. I would love to have Amy, even in a guest spot on Perseverance. I think it would be so good. Like, I miss seeing Amy just in things.
Oh God! Mother of the Emperor or not, I'll kill you for this!
Although, my stream tomorrow is ending right around the time she usually goes live, so it's possible we will raid over there tomorrow. Because we have done that in the past. As long as the Mirror Universe Doctor does not take Beverly Crush her as an instruction rather than a name. Oh my goodness. Amazing. Yes, yes. Phaser turrets, phaser turrets. What I love is this one is like some of the other extended TFOs, but it's possible to run forward and like run past some of the bad guys. That was not possible in like, oh gosh. There was one where you're on Deep Space Nine and it was really difficult. I died a lot in that one. I never figured out how you were meant to solve the puzzle. There are a couple of them like that. There's the Borg one that I mentioned earlier where I was just like, I have no idea. Oh, we're at the end. Huzzah! Alright. I need to remember how to do the things. Yeah. Bring the lightning! Also, I can bring in my Elachi Walker. I have a lot of things I haven't been using because I haven't been paying enough attention. We can also, you know, have some stealth on our side. Oh, they revamped it? The DS9 one or the Borg one? I haven't done either of them recently. The Terracnor ground one. I'm interested to see what they did with it, because I could never figure it out. It was always so busy and I was dying so fast that I never had a chance to figure out how I was supposed to figure out the pattern. I even looked up the solution once and still couldn't accomplish it. So that one was really hard. The Borg one, I still have no idea how to do. You're on some Borg base and you're having to deal with interplexing beacons or something. I don't remember. But you have to unlock various places and you have to go, and I never have figured that one out. What would be good to get? I should actually get some more Dyson, just because. I'm still shooting, apparently. That Borg one is really, I don't even know what to do. I go, I shoot Borg, and I rely on whoever's with me to figure out how we actually progress to the end, because I've never figured out what I'm supposed to do. So that one bothers me. The other one that I find extremely difficult, that I actually had not a bad time in the other day, is gravity kills. Gravity kills is one where there's a black hole and you have to continuously fly close to it. And you better hope that you end up in that one with a ship that can fly fast enough to escape. But also, the first time I played it, we got in, and before it even started, 3 of the people on the team just noped out. And so it was just 2 of us, and I didn't know that it was absolutely impossible with that many people. And I played in that TFO because I was brand new. I didn't know anything. I stayed in it, kept trying to progress for probably 2 hours before I finally gave up. I was very, very stubborn. I did, you mentioned Clear Skies RP. I did finally create my character from Clear Skies RP. He's only level 3. Doesn't even have bridge crew officers. But I made him. And if you can see, he is a Bajoran Trill. And science is because that's archives. People will leave the Zenkethi ones. They're not well designed. So it was interesting. The last couple days ago, I randomly ended up in Gravity Kills, and we went through it no problem. It was actually probably under a half an hour. And that one tends to take a long time. The one that I never get to do that I actually find enjoyable is the Crystalline Entity, but you can't queue for it. The only time you ever get to do it, I mean, you can, you just will never get slotted into a queue. Nobody will ever be paired with you. The only time I've ever gotten to do it is when it's a universal endeavor. We should do at least one ship TFO. We've done a couple ground ones. We should do one in a ship.
I feel so ignored.
Who did I just went in on this character. This character can't join TFOs. They're not high enough level. Being Q slotted sounds really uncomfortable. Oh yes. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not advertising STO, so hashtag not sponsored. But yes, there is a Borg. A Borg. Oh, that'd be so cool. Never mind. Um, I was like, they need to make a fourth origin story. Oh, they do. They do need to make a fourth origin story. Because they have, well, I mean, they've fourth being whatever. They've got 5, but they've got Federation. They have original series Federation. They have Discovery Federation. I'm counting those as 1. They have Romulan. They have Klingon. They need to make a Borg cooperative faction and a Borg cooperative origin story. Why is that not a thing? You can play as a Borg character. Oh, it'd be amazing. I doubt they're going to do it. That would be huge, or at least anytime soon. But oh, that would be amazing. Oh yes, they do. They have the Gemitar. But my brain was getting excited about like the prospect of actually having an origin story for liberated Borg characters. A mischievous alien character in a Star Trek game on Q Times? B-Right UK, it's possible? I don't know. Presently, they're playing a character, I'm uncertain as to how mischievous they are, in a Star Trek game on Cryptic Studios, though. I want a ship-based one. We could do Battle of the Binary Stars. That's very Discovery era. Oh god, Atmosphere Assault is another one that is just really bad. I don't know if they've ever fixed it. I have gotten bugged in that one to where I lock to one side of the map and cannot leave it. That one has sucked for me a few times. Not a but Bug Hunt though. Bug Hunt is one of my favorites. I love Bug Hunt. It's shuttle TFO. Nobody does those by choice. I did realize the other day you can actually have, like, I could go in and fly my shuttle instead of flying one of my ships. I didn't actually realize that was possible. Crystalline capacity. Or catastrophe. I do not think that this one is a 10-person, and I have never queued for it and actually had it pop, unless it was the Universal Endeavor. Oh yeah, I could definitely do Jupiter Iratus, and I may. I just wanted to look and see if there were any others that I hadn't done recently that I might want to do. And then there's like Drunner Beach Assault and so Core Assault, that's the one we were talking about before that is just horrible. It's sad, and I always want to leave if I ever get popped into it. Drunner Beach Assault is similar. It's a 5 against 5 team thing, but it's still team versus environment, which just makes it weird. And it also bugs a lot. I haven't done the one inside the ship recently. What was that one called? Oh, I've done a lot of Herald Sphere recently. Kittimer Vortex, Kobayashi Maru. I haven't done that one recently either. Liberate Prior's World. I get that one occasionally, but not very often. Peril over Pavo. Minefield, Starfleet. Swarming the Spire. I haven't done that one in a while. Swarm to Hell with Honor. Oh gosh, I barely even remember that one. St. Kathy front. Undine assault. What is the... Is it even here anymore? Defensive Starbase 1. Is it? I never even think of it as that. I guess, yeah, it is. I'll queue for it. It's one of the easiest ones and one of the quickest ones, and I'm just popping a number of them in here. Instead of going random, I'm picking specific ones. I can't think of the name of the ship that you go inside of. There's a whole TFO that used to take you inside of a ship. But I don't even see it on the list. Or at least I'm not recognizing it if it's still there. Yeah, the Voth one. I suppose it'd be Dyson marks. Breach. I haven't done Breach in forever. We're potentially queuing for it. I don't know. I've hit a number of them now. One of them we will eventually get pulled into. I would love to do Crystalline Catastrophe. I never get to play that one. And I like the Crystalline Entity. Now I sound whiny. I sound more whiny because this laryngitis has just never gone away. I do have another doctor's appointment scheduled to try and figure out why my voice just doesn't want to fully recover. Apparently I'm picking all the wrong things because we have not gathered a queue yet. Gateway to Grethor. Oh, yeah, I don't think I want to do that one right now. Ooh, I wonder which one it is. Defensive Starbase 1. Not surprising. That one pops pretty regularly. Yeah, Gateway to Grethor. I don't know which one it is. Oh, that's the one.
The war has not been going well for the Federation, and the Klingons are advancing to our position. We need to hold off their ships until reinforcements can arrive. We expect the Klingons to attack in waves. Their smaller, faster ships are hungry for battle and won't wait for the rest of their fleet to arrive in one group. As the fight progresses, they're...
Oh. I thought she was going to pause and I would have to click. Anyway,
Listen up.
Oh.
Here they come. The war
well, we're fighting Klingons because this is Discovery era and the Klingons are bad guys. You have to protect the ships going to the surface. Yeah. It's similar to the Gamma Quadrant one where you're defending ships fleeing a planet. There's also, I could bring in some of my my pets. Since I have a lot of them on this ship and I'm supposed to use them. This is the thing. You do not have to pay full attention for most of this. Most of the time you'll be just fine, even if you get a little distracted. Yeah, the gateways and the radiation portals. There's a original series era one that I've been in, and it's been very difficult before. It's a ground-based one that has the the time traveling people with the red shield. Oh heck, what are they called? I can't remember it. Yeah, minor instabilities, but I still don't remember the name of the raid. Not cool, thank you. It's not cool that I couldn't remember their name. It's funny, like I really do enjoy just, I take issue with the fact that like, it's Star Trek, shouldn't we be trying for peace instead of always fighting? But at the same time, from a gameplay perspective, the fighting in the game is really fun. And so I understand why there's a lot of fighting mechanics. If there were basically no fighting mechanics and it was all about diplomacy and making friends, it wouldn't be nearly as fun of a game to play. Yeah, and the stakes have been big, and some of the story arcs have huge battles at the end that are just epic and difficult and fun. Honestly, there's only one spot in the story arcs that I just wish they would retire. There were two, but they retired one of them. I didn't really care for the Wasteland. I still can't remember the name of that planet. The planet of peace, the paradise planet, the deserty type planet that is in Star Trek V. So Nimbus 3, yeah. I didn't really care for the missions on that planet too much. And they finally retired them. They're no longer part of the main storyline. They still exist and you can still do them, but it doesn't automatically put you into them. You have to go and find them yourself. The other one that I just really get tired of is there is a segment in STO where in the Delta Quadrant, you have to go and you have to do system patrols all across the Delta Quadrant. And it just really... I don't know. I feel like it's just tedious, and I would prefer if those system patrols were optional rather than required to progress. And yes, you can skip them, because you can skip any of the story bits, except that I can't skip them. Because I can't. They are in the main storyline, therefore they must be done on every character. And they take a long time. So that is the one thing that I wish would get retired, but otherwise, even some of the things that are messy, I really enjoy. You get the distress call beacon on the first mission. Maybe that's why it's still there. Because there are others, like, the character that I've been doing on stream, that I've been progressing on stream.
Give them cover.
They're annoying, and you can't skip them. Oh, you can't skip them or the 3 Kobali Prime ground arcs if you're a Delta. Oh, you can't skip them at all as a Delta recruit? I didn't know that. Oh, that's frustrating. Because there are system patrols in the Alpha Quadrant.
Here come the Klingon battleships.
And right around the start of the 3rd story arc, they just show up in your list of things to do. Like your active missions, you get a system patrol missions but you in no way need to do them. They're not part of the main story arc, and I usually just go in and dismiss it. Because after having experienced the system patrol missions in the Delta Quadrant, I don't want to do them. Oh, you can't. Oh, yes, you can't get credit for completing it unless you do them, because they're part of the main arc. They are considered official, so you can progress past them by telling it to skip. But yeah, they're technically required as part of the story. And for story reasons, I get it, but also they take a lot of time, and they're not especially fun. What was the others? There was, oh, there's another place where I skip mission. Yeah, that I would agree. The Jalula ones are not as tedious. There are some missions on New Romulus that I always skip, except I skip them and then I reactivate them. I skip them so that I can trigger the mission immediately after them, because there's some ground-based missions on New Romulus that require you to go through a map and complete an objective. And then the mission immediately following requires you to go through the same map. Oh, did they fix it? They're combined now? Okay. I haven't done them in a while. But I always used to just, like, I would drop the first half, or the first one, and then activate the second one, and then pick up the first one again so that I had them both active when I went in. Because it didn't make sense that they weren't done at the same time. I do quite like this game. I'm just learning about more of like the detailed mechanics of how to get things to work properly, or how to do like get really good damage and not die all the time. And like, I mostly play just for the story, but I'm actually starting to like actually try and pay attention. So I've started converting this into a phasers based ship where everything is gonna be some form of phaser damage specifically, so that I can try boosting that, and because apparently that is the way to get a really powerful ship. I have not really paid attention to a lot of that, which is why I have a bazillion universal consoles instead of like strategy. But I'm trying to actually like learn some of that stuff now. Anyway, I've been having fun, but it is about time that I should actually bring up the other game. Not dying all the time is called playing a tank. Yeah. That said, we don't have to leave STO for good if people end up redeeming things, or if people end up getting incentive rewards. I'm happy to pop back in so that we can apply them. But it's Saturday. And on Saturday, I typically play an even older game. And so I'm actually going to try and pop over into that for a little bit. I have different camera right now than the one that I prefer for this, but it's fine. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. I just was gonna fix it, but now I don't know where I need to do that because everything's behind everything else. Yes. I don't know why I made my sources this way. I should really fix them. So that, well, I don't switch back and forth between games like this too often. This is a use case I had not previously encountered. Okay. So this is the character that is the character I made on stream that we've been playing through the story on stream. And so this is the character that we are designing a uniform for. And you can see the one right there is the one that Key Square designed earlier today. Let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay. Also, did I? I did. Okay. Sorry. As I talked to myself, I was making sure that this wasn't just still hanging out there, but also there's no reason it can't be there right now. So now I'm turning it back on. All right, let's go to the uniform designer. I'll show, oh, geez.
I feel so ignored.
There's probably a need to, like,
Hello.
update the game again. Because this will take a few minutes, and it shouldn't say that we're playing Ultima when we're playing Star Trek Online. Right? Wow. Not Star Trek Onion. I can't type. I can. I just... At the moment, apparently I can't. He does have a chin. All right, let's create new. Maybe? Here we go. And uniform. All right. So we can change pretty much anything. We can change the hairstyle. We can change the hair color. The basic facial structure, I'm going to keep because that is like, that's what he looks like. But otherwise, like, we could lose the mustache. We could, and then the clothes, of course, we can also alter. So there are options. There is no sound in here. I'm not imagining that. There's just none. Maybe, I mean, there's the button clicks. But that's it. I never noticed that before. Anyway, so bare chest option for upper body gives you a lot of these Terran uniform pieces, which would be like the mirror universe. But it doesn't matter where they come from. It's what matters is whether you like the look of the piece. Then there's jacket loose, which is a really long list. I'm actually gonna, because we haven't looked at it on stream today, start with the tight jacket, which these are a lot of like armor options. Hi, Herb. It's good to see you. Yeah, Mirror Universe, they don't like sleeves there. So these are all options for the tight. And then loose is a much longer list. And also, you know, I just realized the list is still here, but yeah, we're currently doing a redemption on the $10 donation incentive of designing an STO uniform. So this is Bit Rebellious is going to be guiding this uniform creation. So we've got some 23rd century uniforms. These would be the original series era. And right now we're just looking at the top. The sash that's there is a belt, which actually I can turn off so that it doesn't distract while we're looking at the top. Come on. Uniform creator. Come on. There we go. Oh, it's feeling it right now. So of course there's the normal, like there's the original series dress uniform. There is the Captain Kirk low V uniform, which that's the green one in the original series. And then that's just standard original series uniform, ripped in different places. There's a 23rd century Tellarite, Vulcan ambassador. And then we've got All Good Things. The Antares uniforms, I believe, are unique to Star Trek Online, like created for the game. I don't know that they were inspired anywhere else. Urban Bohemian, thank you for your donation. I couldn't read the amount, but I'm gonna glance at it. Oh my gosh. That is an excellent number. In fact, bringing us to a total of $300 that we have donated today for the Trans Justice Funding Project. Urban Bohemian, that also means that I will be doing a pie baking stream. I will have to work out what the logistics of that are going to be, but now I have to. And I'm going to go ahead and turn on our final milestone, which is if we raise $200 more, I will create a cosplay of that character, Geranium, from I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, and stream as that character. So that will be if we hit 500. Then thank you for coming by. It's good to see you. And Herb, you definitely donated enough to get one of the incentive redemptions or more. So if you want to rename a character, a ship, help design a uniform, or add your name to my cruise ship roster, just let me know and we will make that happen. Okay, this is, I don't understand why there's no sound in this. Like, I need music. So, did I start the music? There should be some music playing now. Absolutely, Herb. What station would you like to have? It can be anything you want to make up, whether it be an actual station or not. As you can see, we currently have one person whose station is Torpedo, and one whose station is Goose, and one whose station is Chief Pranks Officer. All right, so I'm going to keep going through these. The Boreth robe. So this civilian 2399, that is a jacket that is modeled after the civilian jacket that Seven of Nine wore on in Star Trek Picard. Deep Space Nine, Deep Space Nine Open, Deep Space Nine Admiral. Then there's the Discovery uniforms, Enterprise uniforms. This is Intelligence Services, Jem'Hadar. The Jupiter series ones, these are also ones that I believe were created for Star Trek Online. I don't know of their existence anywhere else, as far as anywhere else within Star Trek. There's the Kelvin Timeline Admiral's uniform, Mercenary, Star Trek the Motion Picture uniform. The Odyssey is the standard like Star Trek Online uniform. It has a really nice look, and we can then. I don't know. I don't know why whatever. It is the standard one. Racing uniform. Section 31, which does not have to be in black. I think it looks really good in some other colors. This is the Starfleet and Klingon Empire Alliance uniform. A simple shirt, which is definitely the Next Generation era civilian clothing. Sierra, just like Jupiter and Antares, I believe was designed for Star Trek Online. Starfleet 2399. That's the first season of Picard. Starfleet Academy uniform. And then there are a couple of Terran uniforms that have sleeves. All of these look rather odd to me at initial glance because they're all in the blue instead of being like their normal colors. Which is funny. It's just because of the uniform that I was currently wearing when I went into the tailor. The Emancipator, which is Abraham Lincoln's jacket. And then there's the Next Generation film uniform in 2 variations. The Next Generation Season 1 in 2 variations. The Next Generation standard uniform. The Next Generation scant uniform. That one is modeled after the first season Next Generation uniform that was the short sleeve top with a skirt. Then there's the Wrath of Khan uniform in 2 variations there. Next Generation Command variant. And then there's a couple of coats here. So the question is, Bit Rebellious, what would you like to go for? Is there a specific era of Star Trek that you'd like? Maybe one of the Sierra uniforms? All right, let's look closer at them. So they both, or all of them have closed and open collar options. So except for 5 for some reason. I don't know why 5 doesn't have an open. So looking at the structure, is there one of these that you prefer? That one, 3, you can see sort of that swoosh that kind of mimics the bottom of the comm badge. Some of them are like, I don't know. I like the Sierra ones. I think they look nice. Number 3, would you want open or closed? Closed. All right. So we've got a jacket. What color scheme do you want? We've got a palette to work with. It does not, well, if we decide to go like we did earlier with a trans flag palette, we'll have to go for like a dark version of it because there's not a pink, at least on that palette. The different uniform pieces have different palettes, which can be troublesome at times. Reds and purples? Okay, we can play with that. Let's see. So if we look at purple, that's really dark blue. They don't have, that's kind of as close to a purple as exists on this palette. Red, we've got a variety of. Which one? This one? Yeah, okay. So that's the base color. It looks like the gray here, whatever we changed that to, appears to be the collar. So if I open this, oh, no, it's not. It's the collar and accent on the sleeves, as well as the shoulders. So what color would you want that part to be? Because if I go for the darkest red, that is the one. And then there are shades of variation going lighter. I spend so much time in the uniform designer. It is silly. I enjoy playing Space Barbie. Third from the left. So third from the left is here, right? 1, 2, 3. I think that's the one. If it was meant to be lighter, let me know. Yeah, Space Barbie. This one would be the accents on the collar around the top there, and then the swoosh bit at the bottom. They do use letter and number. What is the C6? Presently on this palette, C6 is this gold color. It'll be different for different palettes, though. But C6 is gold. It is TTRPG gold. Sure. The last color here is for the t-shirt underneath. It's presently white. So white sort of makes it pop and stand out, and you can tell it's there. If we did the purple or the red or the gold, it wouldn't be as noticeable. Or we can, do almost anything with it. But it's just the t-shirt and you can barely see it. But we get to choose the color. It does kind of look Captain Marvel-y. Also, I find decision making hard sometimes, so this is many decisions to design an outfit in here. So for now, I'm gonna... Oh, the purple. Gotcha. Yeah, it just sort of blends away there, and it's not distracting, and it just looks like it fits. That looks really good. Okay. It can be glossy as it currently is, or there is a matte version. So shiny or not shiny. You can let me know which of those you would prefer. There are also different color configurations. We designed it with one, so I'm going to stick with that because it doesn't make sense to mix it around now that we already designed it based on configuration 1, because I forgot they had different ones. There are gloves. There are some fingerless leather gloves, padded leather gloves, paneled intelligence gloves, which are also fingerless. I think they're shiny though. And then the Jem'Hadar tactical gloves. So those are options. If you wanted any of those on the character, gloves can be had. Emblem. Emblem is where like the fleet badge goes. You can also, where is the caduceus? Is it on the other sleeve? Like, I select it and it's not even there. It even saved it as none. That's interesting. Well, apparently caduceus is not an option. Hand fashion is life. Yes. Oh, yes. Excellent. So there is this like arm patch thing that's possible. My character is in the Clear Skies RPG fleet. So we have the Federation logo with a pair of D6s. I can throw that on there if desired. I cannot change the colors of it. Optional sash. Klingon warrior sash is very much a Worf style sash that I do have available for this character. And then there's like various technology bits. If you feel like the character needs to have some tech on their arms, I've got attachment points and various tech options for the wrists or the arms or the chest, collar, shoulders. So if you're wanting to deck them out with some like extra tech bit, let me know. Rank. This character is rank 65 or level 65, which is Fleet Admiral. So the 5 pips in the border. However, this is your costume design, so any rank option is available. And the rank on this uniform defaults to there. That's the only place I can put it. So ensign, so there's chief and ensign and like all of the different ranks. So for now, I've got Fleet Admiral on there. And you can change that if you so desire. I tend to always pop them over to like a gold color. I don't know why in the game it always defaults to this gray, which to me, I always feel like their rank was always gold and I don't understand. But I'll leave it alone for now and you can tell me what you want me to do. As for a badge, there are all of the original series badges available. Turn this so that we can see it. Which are like Antares and Constellation, Daedalus, Defiant. I like the Defiant one. I use that one quite a bit, actually. Gold looks cool. Okay, I will do that. Dress uniform. We're not in a dress uniform, but that doesn't mean we can't have one of these colorful patch patterns. The Enterprise. So these are all like original series badges, which were like embroidered onto their shirt. And they look embroidered. It's a nice touch. The Eternal, the Exeter. The thing is, watching the original series, I forget that every ship had their own emblem. The Gemini, the Intrepid, the Nautilus, the Ouroboros. There are a lot of them. The Paladin. Oh gosh, I just realized it's a freaking. It's a head with a helmet on for the paladin. I had not realized that. The Perseus, the Ranger. Yes, yes, they did. Oh God, Strange New Worlds is my favorite Trek now. Deep Space Nine has been my favorite Trek forever. Strange New Worlds has edged past it. Sagittarius, Starfleet Command, the Theseus. There's the alternate future variant, which I think is the Yesterday's Enterprise badge, but I'm not 100% certain. The Andorian, I have a couple of the ones from one of the special annual events. So I've got the Andorian insignia, the Wrath of Khan badge, Bajoran and Bajoran Religious, Betazoid insignia. Our character is half Bajoran and half Betazoid. Com badge, or standard com badge. Oh, you like the Defiant one? Cool. Let me go up there. So if I just go with the standard command badge, it's that there are also medical operations, science, and temporal options, but for now, I'll drop it on command. This character is a tactical character, but again, it's your uniform. So you can do any of the options that you might want to. I'm going to try and match the gold as best I can. I think that one. Maybe? Maybe there. I do like the Defiant one. I think I just love the little sort of like, I don't know, it's like a sideways swoosh. And I think it looks good on this uniform. Let's see. Skip over the collar for now, because that's just a part of like a metal armor piece. As far as pants, there are going to be ones that are designed to match this. So that's kind of the first place that I would look. I think they're going to be the tight, not those tight pants, but oh no, these are the armor suits. Let me see. I've got civilian armor suits, basic, tight, discovery, intel. So maybe not under tight. It might be in the tucked. It was before. Hi, Galara. Cran, it is good to see you. I see your icons indicate that you don't have sound, but hi. Thank you for the 13-month resubscription. I'm trying to find uniform bit. Oh, you do now? It's good. I put that on once and forgot to take it off too. So, let's see. Tellarite. It might not have a matching one. I'm looking to see. So we've been going quite a while. We're almost at 6 hours. In about 15 minutes, I will have hit 6 hours today. So the Jupiter pants would be a good match. But if I go tucked low, maybe the proper one is in here? No. So let's see. We're in the Sierra. I played Ultima for a bit, yeah, but then I had one more of these donation rewards that I needed to do. I've been doing a charity stream today, raising money for the Trans Justice Funding Project, and so my incentives for it were Star Trek Online related, and So yeah, I'm doing a redemption uniform design for Bit Rebellious right now. We ended in the middle of we're in the dungeon Destard in Ultima, and currently trying to get the 2 dragon eggs. We are on the right level and have died a couple of times. So I really just need to wait until I get all my magic points back before I go up there. But that'll be for next week. Okay, so there is not a matching Sierra like pants, so we can pick whatever. So I'm going to go through the options. You tell me, Bit Rebellious, which one you like. There's a 23rd century kilt and the next generation scant. Those are both, those are the 2 skirt options that we have. There are more skirt options if you designate your character as female at the beginning of the game. I wish they would give them across the board, but I'm not the developer. I just wish all of the costume options that were not reliant on a specific body shape, which most of them aren't, were just available across the board. That'd be lovely. So in here, we've got some Tellarite pants. We've got just some very basic all good things pants. Some that have a little bit of banding right across the thigh. Some with different banding. Loose basic. Those are not the default, but close to it. Deep Space Nine, which has a little bit of a cutout down right at the top of the foot. Enterprise pants, which got pockets. Formal uniform, which are kind of similar to the basic. The motion picture pants, which have a little wedge that starts just below the knee and goes down to the bottom and can be a different color. The Odyssey, which is the default ones. Pretty standard pant with just a little wedge cut out right at the top of the foot. Paneled, I believe that one will let you actually define different colors for the different panels. Nope, it's just one color on there. Okay. Racing pants, which definitely can have a racing stripe. Banded 2. I like those ones as well. And I think the banding, because the banding is a bit shiny and it kind of matches the top. So different color palette to work with. On this one, just for reference, C6 is this light green. But if we're still going, so the purples are going to be different. I wish they would standardize the color palette. I really do. So we might want to go, instead of the main color for the pants being purple, since we can't match the purples, we might want to go a different direction with that. If you can guide me. The red looks almost the same. If I do the darkest red here, it about matches. Flat black is always an option. They could be blue jean. We don't know. Red. And then here we've got, for the banding, I believe they defaulted to sort of a silvery gray. Gold. I will attempt. I think this one matches the closest to the main part of the gold color. That sort of matches the outline of the gold. I think that one might be it. If you disagree, tell me. Or if you don't like the gold now that you see it, also tell me that. And I'm going to look for a boot. Most of these are not, I wish I could raise him up further so you could see the boots easier. So these are all going to be hidden sort of under the pant because this pant goes over the boot. So a lot of it isn't going to matter too much as long as it's not clipping. They have a little bit of a different look to them, and we can do different colors on the boots too. Some of them are pretty simple. Tellarite shoe. I have to look and see what it looks like. I don't know what the Tellarite shoe looks like. I don't want to buy it right now. I wanted to look at it before I decide whether to purchase it. Oh, they're shiny. They kind of remind me of like a little like buckle across the thing. They don't have a buckle on them, but they've got a band across them. Those are kind of interesting. I don't have the Tellarite boots yet, but I could get them if you decide you want those. All good things. Armor suit, motion picture, Odyssey, Starfleet Academy. So basically, simple or something with a little bit more to it are the options, and then variations therein. Which way would you like to go with the boot? We can definitely make some sort of purple. Let me see what purple we've got. It's not the same purple as on the top, but it might work on the shoe where it didn't on the pants. Because it's further away on the shoe, and if we did something like purple on the sides, also it's going to be shiny. And then a black or something on the top, sort of like this. Interesting that it gets this gold in there too. And the blue, that's interesting. Then the fact that this purple doesn't match this purple is not as readily apparent. And having the black top with the purple sides sort of tricks your eye into seeing them as the same color or close to the same color. Plus, they're widely separated. So that is an option. Or, you know, I can try going all the way. It still gets that the blue and the gold, which I don't hate. And actually, I think it looks fine. It's identifiably a different color of purple, but again, it's less of it and it's further away. So it's not as obvious. Oh, the fingerless leather? Yeah, I could do that. I should be able to make those have a color as well. And there, I should be able to get... Like, I wish they would just give me this palette all the time. Trying to see... I don't think I can match the purple with this palette either, though. It's the palette that the purple came from is an older one that they don't like to put on very many of the new things. So the question then is, what color do you want the gloves? Because the purple here is right next to it and does not match. I can leave them as the gray, but I'm not sure about that. Oh, I might be able to do gold. Yeah, the gold matches. As I think that works. I like it. Oh, you know, I could. I just had this thought that I should have thought of before. That the shoes can also have gold. Specifically intended to be there. And not just the iridescence. Oh, yeah, like that little piece there. I can make that gold. I could also do a gold top if we wanted, but I like the purple. But that just gives it a little bit of a gold accent. Many choices. I'm gonna start previewing belts. You do not have to have any belt. No belt is an option. Boreth robe? That actually doesn't look bad. Some of the combinations that you find just by going through and like seeing how things look can be surprising. A lot of these kit ones are, again, like tech attachments if you want your guy to be, or your person to be kitted out in a specific way. Mercenary stuff. That's the standard belt. The Mirror Universe sash. Some leather belt. Terran excursion. A sash with a dagger. So yeah, if you like any of the belts, let me know. Key Squared, thanks for coming in. And thank you so much for the donation at the very beginning of the stream at like 6 hours ago. It was wonderful having you here. And I will see you again soon. Yeah, absolutely. I actually agree. I think no belt is good here. These hip attaches, like there's Terran daggers and little like places to store things if you wanted. We don't need to do them necessarily. I think at most here I would go maybe the dagger, but I also think it doesn't really work that well with the uniform. That's me. I think the uniform looks good. I think we should look at the head and whether you want to change facial hair, or earring, or possibly put on a visor or something like that. Cranberry, $20. Thank you so much for the donation. I am going to look. And yes, I will. Absolutely, you can be added to the crew list. What station would you like to have? It could be anything you want. It could be Cranberry. Although, if Cranberry is your name and Cranberry is your station, Yeah, that's possible too. So entirely up to you. What would you like? Okay. So for the hair, let me go through some options. And we can change color. We can do all of that. Cranberry. So it would be stationed on the ship. So presently, I am the captain. Elixir, my mod, is first officer. Lord Portico is torpedo. Bit Rebellious is Goose, and Detective Zen is Chief Pranks Officer. So anything you want. And I believe Urban Bohemian will be a science officer, but that didn't get added yet. So that will be, I'll let Elixir handle that, and I will show some of these hairstyle options so that we can come up with which one we want. I think the version 2s, I mean, the version 1s are the older ones that are less, come on, face forward. You know, switch to static so that we can see these without you bouncing around. The version 2s are newer with more refined textures to them. So you've got, these are the same hairstyle, just an older version and a newer version. So various forms of close cropped hair. That is definitely the Tom Paris hairstyle, if made for the game. Tom is older in this game, but combed down, combed back. That is a very like Final Fantasy style hair. And then there's just like this fingers through it, directly back. Drawn back pony. I believe that's the one that I already had on the character. No, it's more of a bobbed ponytail on that one. A faux hawk. Groomed in 3 different methods. Half shave. I do like the half shave. High tight curls. Keeper of cranberries would be good. Oh, yeah, Galara. I am not on board with people playing that game, and that's exactly why we're here raising money today. So, the faux hawk. And what color would you like to go, Bit Rebellious? Our palette here is somewhat wide. We can get into more natural colors, which are here somewhere. I think they're more on whatever. Purple. That is the purpliest purple. But there is a redder purple as well. This one I think matches the clothes a bit. Tribble Wrangler. We definitely could use a Tribble Wrangler. I don't think there's a mohawk in here. There should be. I'm just gonna check. I will put it back on faux hawk, but I don't think, other than I love that as soon as it got added for Beverly Crusher, this became available. There is a shaved hawk, but not like a full-on mohawk, I don't think. That's surprising. There is in Star Wars, The Old Republic, but not here in, unless it might be one of the ones that you have to unlock with Lobai. low-buy crystals, so that's possible. And do you want to keep or remove the mustache, or I can do other things with the facial hair? I mean, classic goatee for Mirror Universe exists, which is just, of course, it had to be there in this game. So, which one do you want? I like the full trim. That looks good on him. Goatee is nice. If a bit Mirror Universe. The mutton chops. Oh yeah. Those are nice. I can try to make them match color-wise. I don't know if it will work. The beards don't like to recolor at all. That's as close as it would get to matching in color. But I can also go just dark. And what would it look like if I did just a black beard with a purple hair? Yeah, those mutton chops want to give him some gray in his beard. Maybe gold? Let's see what... Oh, it seems to like the gold. Let's see how we can mix this. Yeah. So that would be the beard. I presently have the Bajoran earring on him, and it is in the Trans Pride flag colors. It does not have to be. And it you are free to remove it or change it if you would like. There are other shapes for it as well. But yeah. There's the crescent, a fan, the half moon, which is the Kira Nerys style one, the Jupiter, and little pyramids. I think the colors show up best on the Jupiter, which is part of why I like the Jupiter. But so there are options there. Okay. There are scars and tattoos. If you want to explore them, we can. There are also eye patches, intelligence glasses, sunglasses, and Geordie LaForge style visor. So if you wish to have those are possible. But let's get an overall look here. So that is how Tron presently looks with your design. Eye patch, which eye? Left or right? Right eye. And purple is not an option on the eye patch. Gold, we might be able to do. Or I could just leave it as black. But I think that is the best gold that I can do. Which I think matches. Awesome. Is there anything else that you want to change about him at the moment? Clothing wise. Or hair. I think it looks good. All right. We will print it and add it to our list of outfits here. And it is not, I need to rename that one. If you have a specific name you'd like me to give it, you can tell me, but otherwise it's just gonna be Sierra, because Sierra is the uniform piece you picked. And thank you for doing a donation. I'm happy to do this, and I think it's fun. I enjoyed it.
Now you're looking.
And then you get to see it actually, like, in game. This is the character that I play Star Trek Online. When I stream Star Trek Online, this is the character that we're going through the story with. So if you ever pop in on a Monday when I'm playing Star Trek Online and you want me to switch to the outfit that you made, oh gosh, it's so dark there. You're welcome to ask, and I can probably make it happen. Jeez. Sorry. Because changing outfits is just as simple as just, I pop up here, I click change outfit, I select one. So if you drop by and I'm playing Star Trek Online, it should be this character, and you can let me know if you want me to put on the outfit that you have designed for us. Yeah, I do need to, like, wind things down for today. So let me go to the credits scene, and I have so many people to thank. And of course it stopped the music because I already had it playing, and it toggles it. Thank you all so incredibly much for joining today, and for the incredible amount of support for the Trans Justice Funding Project. This has meant a lot. I still have 4 more hours of fundraising that will be happening tomorrow. Thank you for the resubscription, Scalara and Key Squared. Thank you to my mods very, very much. Thank you, Retro Gamer and Mango Kiwi Pear, for the follows. And Elixir and Be Right UK for the bits. And thank you so much, everybody who donated today. Lord Portico, Key Squared, Elixir, Be Right UK, Bit Rebellious, Sneaky Sneak Chat, Detective Zen, Urban Bohemian, and Cranberry. Thank you so much for helping us raise money for the Trans Justice Funding Project. The Gamers for Trans Rights grand total down there has not been updating. As it stands right now, the overall fundraising team amount raised is $111,161.73 raised for the Trans Justice Funding Project as a response to the launch of the Transphobes wizarding game yesterday. I will be back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time playing Mass Effect, raising more money as part of this effort, if you feel like stopping by. And as I should say, I don't think the crew list is available to see on here, but everybody who was added to the crew list, you will be part of the crew list from now forward, unless you contact me and say you don't want to be on there anymore. As I prep for what will be a space-themed redesign of all of this. So yeah, let me see just quickly who we're gonna pop it over to. I first want to check and see if there's any of the other people doing fundraising for this that we should be saying hi to. Also, I need to say Thank you very much. Delevely and Retro Gamer 5000 for the raids today as well. There is a little list that I should have probably prepared for myself before stream, but it's okay. I got it. All right. We're looking at Saturday. We're looking at Saturday, and it is presently just before 7. This person says they're starting at 7. I will see if they are around yet. Otherwise, we'll probably go just find someone to raid. They are not on yet, which is totally fine because it says 7, but nobody else is starting right about now. Let me see who might still be on that has already been streaming, because I'd love to kick this over to another person who's been part of the fundraising effort. Looks like we have some Stardew Valley. Or there are not a ton of us doing this today at this time. So I'm just looking at my options. I'm just getting a sense here. I think we may go over to Sidekick Cody. Presently live. And say hello. So, hopefully you will join me for the raid. And I do have a raid call if you want to toss it out there when we get over there. If you're a subscriber, you can do you can copy from the first one. It is hashtag Rogue Raid and my hello daggers. Otherwise, if you're not a subscriber, hashtag Rogue Raid still stands. And if you want to just copy and paste, you can toss some pineapple pizza, but any hello emotes are fine. Let me go ahead and set this up, and we will go and say hello to Sidekick Cody, who is presently streaming and raising money for the Trans Justice Freedom Project. So thanks again for joining me. I hope I see you all again soon. And like I said, I will be back here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, to continue raising some more money. But yes, thanks so much, everybody. I will see you soon. Until I do, get out there and do some shenanigans.